All right, good evening as we join for the Snowline Unified School District Board of Trustees meeting, now called to order. First item of business is closed session. Are there any comments from the public regarding closed session?
No comments for closed session.
Very good. The board will convene to closed session at this time. the board reconvenes from closed session with one item to report out. A motion was made by member Daniel Flores with a second by member Christina Berenger, followed by a unanimous roll call vote of the board to employ Todd Espinola as Snowline Unified School District next school district chief of police. The roll call was as follows. President Hernandez, aye. Clerk Lube, aye. Member Berenger, aye. Member Bristol, aye. Member Flores, aye. Mr. Espinola.
No, I don't know if you have any questions.
Oh,
Yeah.
I have no questions. I'm very excited to have you on board as our chief. You've been a longstanding member of our community, so welcome to that position.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to thank all of you, Dr. Holman, everybody for giving me the opportunity. I think it's going to be a great thing for all of us. Like you said, I am from this community. I'm from the school district. Some of you were here from when I got hired on, I remember, so a lot of that's the same, but I'm looking forward to the opportunity. I think we're going to have some good things happen, for sure. So thank you all very much.
Because you know, we're still in family, if I can jump in, you might introduce your wife to everybody here.
Oh, yeah, this is my wife, Patty.
Nice to meet you guys.
She went to a spare head, but don't hold it Thank you.
That is great. Okay. And that will take us to the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would all please rise. And if your heart ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I do understand we have a student presentation of sorts perhaps today, and Mr. Miller? I would go ahead and turn that over to Dr. Hall.
Yeah, thank you so very much. You know, I love talking about student presentations, as do you. And, first of all, I want to say to the school board, first and foremost, thank you for bearing with us, for being flexible to all 6 of you, including, of course, Rudy over here, right? That you're flexible enough to say, okay, we're going to make this change for all the reasons we talked about, certainly weather was a major driver. But what's up on the board right there is the student presentation that we're going to have. In just a moment, I'm going to introduce Dr. Jones and allow him to come to the microphone and really speak more eloquently than I will. But what you see up there is a recording of what you would have heard in the Performing Arts Center and what you would have heard also at the Senior Citizen event today. And again, due to weather, we had to cancel that. Please know that it is our commitment to all of our senior citizens that we're going to reschedule that, maybe a Ring in the New Year event or something. We owe that, of course, to the senior citizen. But with that aside, speaking of, Todd Espinola is the incoming chief of police, and he's one of us. He graduated from Snowline. So too did Matt Fell. He is the band director, and he is also part of the Snowline family in that regard and continues to do excellent work. But I can't do this justice like Dr. Jones can. So Dr. Jones, I see you're at the ready. Can you introduce this video here of a Christmas carol that we're going to listen to? It's the next best thing to having them in person. Dr. Jones, you can speak better to that.
Yes, well, thank you once again for the opportunity to introduce just a phenomenal, one of the phenomenal employees on Serrano's campus, Mr. Matt Fell. He's been working with his band, and he's done some just fabulous work. And so this is from the winter concert, one of his winter concerts. One of his jazz renditions. Just a creative, excellent young man that is willing to go above and beyond for the young people inside of our high school there. And so without further ado, we'll go ahead and click the slide there.
So Dr. Jones, thanks for that wonderful introduction. A huge thanks to Matt Fell again. Second best situation, right? Normally we have them in person. We'll make certain that we get Matt Fell and his band. That was the jazz band, by the way. You probably all picked up on that. That was the jazz band in that case. But Matt Band and his band, Matt Fell and his band members, as well as Johnny Dolan, all the wonderful choir students, just like the wonderful students in band, ensure that you get the in-person effect. But thanks so very much for allowing us to share that with you.
Yeah, thank you. Once again, rather sad that it's the second best that we can get on that. Having that live would have been amazing tonight. So thanks to Matt Bell. Is there much you can say of the soloist there, Dr. Jones? Looks like you're on mute there. Sorry, sir.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question? I could.
The soloist up there. Is there much you can say on that young gentleman there?
I could say this, he is you're talking about the soloist, the center stage in the back there?
Sure.
He is a star on The Challenge. We had a little clip on NBC where they featured some of our football players playing inside the band at one of our games, one of our playoff games. And so he is phenomenal. There's a couple football players on that band. They just enjoy playing. They enjoy playing for Mr. Fell. It's just a tribute to the talent that he gives and his craft that he has with those players there.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I do appreciate that tonight. Okay, that'll take us to community comments this evening. Nancy, have we any community comments tonight?
Just one. So is it okay if I forego the statement?
Yes, please do.
Okay. This comment is from Mary Kennedy, and it is regarding the classified employees tentative agreement. Dear President Hernandez and members of the Snowline Board of Trustees, on behalf of the CSEA Chapter 278, we would like to thank you in advance for voting tonight in support of the classified employees tentative agreement, which includes a salary increase. The salary increase will not only help our fellow classified employees during this time of unprecedented inflation, it will also allow us to continue to assist Snowline students and the families within our community. CSEA Chapter 278 members budget $2,000 towards food, clothing, and gifts each year to support families in our community that are struggling during the holidays. We are pleased to say that we are able to continue that this year. With input provided from site staff to identify those most in need, the chapter will be able to help 6 families this Christmas. Your continued support of essential workers is greatly appreciated. Thank you and happy holidays. Respectfully, Classified Employees Chapter 278, E-Board and members.
Thank you for those comments. I'll take us to item G for adoption of the agenda. Is there any items on the agenda that the member of the board would like to have pulled up for review? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the agenda as it's been prepared?
Motion to accept.
Thank you, Member Bristol. A second? Thank you, Mr. Flores. By show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you for that. And that will take us to item H1, Dr. Holman.
Thanks very much, President Hernandez. At this point, H1 is about the election of officers for the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees. This is an annual exercise, if you will. It's called the reorganization step that we take each and every year. My job is very short here, and that is to, in just a moment, I'll call for nominations for the president for the coming year. The coming year is a calendar year, right? As you might guess, it would actually just a little bit different from that, to the extent that once I am done with this process, I'll turn over the meeting to the board president, and then the board president will then in turn look for nominations for a clerk, as well as the secretary to the board, and then finally a position with the San Bernardino County, in support of San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools, and we'll talk about that as we get there. But again, first and foremost, it's for president of the board, and so I will right now open that up and look for nominations for president of the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees.
Well, hearing none, I would enjoy another opportunity to do this position. I've enjoyed it so far. Despite the challenges, I think it's been a good experience for me, so I would enjoy doing it one more year.
I will say I appreciate you sharing that. Is that a self-nomination or is there a nomination there?
I had come in to nominate Mrs. Behringer, but I don't know how she was going to feel about it.
So how about it looks like President Behringer has something to say.
I would like to nominate President Hernandez for a second term.
Thank you.
So I'm
Seconding.
Well, I'm going to try to unwind this here.
That
Okay.
sounds like two nominations.
Yeah, try to unwind this. So I think the first one, I'm going to you, Marcus Hernandez, and we have that we can nominate ourselves. And so, was that a nomination for yourself, then, Marcus?
I would put that out as a nomination for myself.
Okay. So we do have a nomination of Marcus Hernandez. So I'll look for a second of Marcus Hernandez.
I will second.
There's a second from Christina Behringer. And now I'm going to go over to Daniel Flores and anyone else, right? That would also include Nathan and Steve. Are there any other nominations? And we can look for the others too for any other nominations for the president of the board.
Well, then I'd rescind mine.
We have a recension then of what we heard from Member Flores. Thank you for that. So, this stage, we have one nomination and a second. Are there any other nominations? I want to make certain that you have accurate and sufficient time. Probably another term for that. So hearing none, and I'll call for a vote. All in favor of having Marcus Hernandez be president of the Snowline Unified School District Board of Trustees for the next term, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And what I should have said, and I'm out of practice here, is a preferential vote here. Yeah, sorry about that, Rudy. And he said aye as well. My apologies for that. You can tell I'm not president. So, sorry about that. So with that, I'll say congratulations, President Marcus Hernandez, for another term.
Thank you very much. I'll try to do a little bit better this year. And I will absolutely try to do better in getting that preferential vote when we do take that vote in coming items. With that, I will ask for a nomination for clerk of the board. I would like to ask if Mr. Flores would like to take the position of clerk of the board and provide that nomination.
You announce his permission.
I have nominated.
And I'll second that.
By signaling your approval, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is a unanimous approval of Mr. Daniel Flores to be the clerk for the upcoming year. All right, next item will be the San Bernardino County Committee representative. That is to the San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. Is there any explanation to that position, just for clarity for other board members?
Sure, I'll start and then maybe I'll look to. Yes, let me start and I'll look to maybe speak along because we most recently held that, I believe. There might be some others here on the board. I don't know if you have Member Behringer as well. So this representative would represent, of course, Snowline with all of the other board members as represented by the 32 other districts in San Bernardino County for one specific meeting each year. I think it's held in the late part of October, and all of the board members will get together and will represent Snowline based on needs within the county. Member Behringer and clerk, well, former clerk Colum, member Colum, I will say. Now, you most recently attended those meetings. You want to add some details because not only are they, is that meeting developed around training for board members, but there are also some duties that you specifically vote on.
This last year, Nancy sent me some info to vote. I know we never started a meeting, at least I didn't, so it did all last year, but the year before, you just had to drive down to San Bernardino and vote for the rest of your project month. You can attend all the meetings if you want.
In my role, when I served, I just participated in one meeting and went and voted on our behalf. And that was the extent of it.
That's what it requires, one meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I think it's in October. I think it's when it is.
Okay, well, with that, are there any nominations for the San Bernardino County Committee representative?
I would just like to say that, in my health, I don't want to do anything. Put myself into responsibilities I can't.
I'll do it.
I appreciate
I'll
that.
second that.
Sounds like a nomination for Member Bristol and a second by Member Behringer. All those in favor signal your approval by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None opposed. That is approved. Mr. Bristol will be our San Bernardino County representative. That'll take us to secretary. Traditionally, that secretary's role is filled by the superintendent. And so I will nominate Dr. Ryan Holman to continue the position of secretary of the board.
Appoint him. Appoint him.
Oh, I appoint. I don't know if we did. Okay. Well, in that case, I will appoint Dr. Ryan Holman to be the secretary of the board for the continuing year.
Thank you very much. You have to do that.
Very good. Yeah. And so that'll take us to the meeting date calendar for the upcoming year. Traditionally, we meet on the second and fourth Tuesdays of the month. And then last year when I tried to get that out, it was second and third. So I'll go back and apologize for that once more. But second and fourth Tuesdays of the month, save for several months in which we have one due to either conflicts with standing breaks, such as spring break, the middle of summer, Christmas, fall break, and New Year. So with that, and in the, all the board members have the calendar, do I have a motion to accept the meeting dates as they are listed?
Move approval?
Thank you. A second?
I'll second.
We'll go by a show of hands. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. And so we've adopted the calendar. And a preferential vote from our student board members.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Okay. And so we have approved the dates as they are presented. Once again, the meeting time, is this for open session or would this include the start of closed?
It can include closed.
Okay. Traditionally, we have started closed session at 5:00 p.m. with adjustments made necessary by circumstances, with open session following at 6 p.m. Do I have a motion to accept those times for this upcoming year?
Make motion.
Thank you, sir. A second. Thank you, sir. By a show of hands, all those in favor? Let me back up just a quick second and take care of my duties here and ask the student board member your preferential vote. Thank you, sir. And by a show of hands from the rest of the board, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. And finally, the meeting place. Traditionally, we are held here in the board room. We have moved as necessary, but that standing place will be this boardroom, and do I have a motion for that? I guess the chair will move for approval on that. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, sir. Preferential vote, sir.
Aye.
Thank you. And by a show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is also unanimous. Okay. Thanks for bearing with me as I check through that for the second time. All right, that'll take us to item I for consent motion. Are there any items within consent agenda that wish to be pulled? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Move approval?
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you. And the preferential vote from our superintendent?
Aye.
Thank you, sir. And by a show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is approved. So we have just approved the minutes of the November 16, 2021 regular meeting of the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees, approved personnel motions, approved or received information on the Williams Annual Report for the 2020-21 school year, received information on the Williams First Quarterly Report 2021-22 deciles 1 through 3 schools, approval of the Williams First Quarterly Report for 2021-22 school year, approved the memorandum of understanding between Inland SoCal United Way and Snowline Joint Unified School District, approved AB 1200 form for public disclosure and summary of the proposed tentative agreement for compensation between the Snowline Joint Unified School District and CSEA Chapter 278, successor for the 2021-22 school year, approved the final settlement agreements for special education student, approved student expulsion and or stipulated expulsions and or stipulated suspended expulsions, and finally the approval of the district financial transaction, taking us to item J1. Dr. Holmes.
Thank you, President Hernandez. What's before everyone right now is something that's familiar, right? It's our regular update specific to in-person and at-home learning. Robert Chacon, with thanks in advance. I appreciate your posting of the presentation. You'll see the first 7 slides will look familiar. We put them in there every single time. And thereafter, another 10 data slides. So we'll share those. And then finally, the remaining slides here focused around what's happening in terms of changes and how we move forward. So with that, Robert, if I can cue you up for the next one, I greatly appreciate that. They're the outcomes. We've engaged in those all the time, that shared understanding, shared commitment. And then as we go to the next slide, there's the agenda. It remains the same, but the information inside will be different. And so to that end, let's go to the next slide, Robert. You see our guiding agencies, those 5 agencies we've talked about before. And as we go to the next slide, Robert, I appreciate you keeping up here. Thanks so very much. You know that this is a statement we've made many times, as quickly and safely as possible, we're going to engage in, but tightly aligned to those guidelines, and we'll do so together. And so that next slide, Robert, thank you for that. Both in person, as we know, is in play, as well as Snowline Academy. We really appreciate that we've had that for many years prior to COVID-19, and boy, did that come in handy during COVID-19, but has always been an effective alternative for individuals who best fit that setting, for those students who have that best fit. So Robert, as we go to the next one, thanks for that. That's a reminder of the data we've been looking at since the inception of the pandemic, daily case rate, positivity rates to those 2. And so let's start looking at them as we go to these next 5 slides. Our communities, that's Oak Hills. We see for the most recent week, right? We usually operate in some days in arrears as we talk about, because these data come to us from San Bernardino County Department of Public Health. These are the most recent data from today. See Oak Hills with no cases in the most recent week. As we go to the next one, you'll see Phelan with a daily rate of 26.1. And then and that positivity rate. Pinyon Hills is the next one, which is a little bit higher at 33.8. We go to the next slide, should be right up there. Yeah, thanks so very much. And that's Victorville, Greater Victorville. And the last one will be Wrightwood. Thanks so very much, Robert, at 2.8 on the daily case rate. So we see some differences within our 5 communities that make up Snowline from San Bernardino County Department of Public Health's perspective. We have a few other communities, of course, but those are the ones that are monitored by our county. Robert, as we go to the next slide, let's look at this very familiar one, San Bernardino County from October 9th to November 27th. You see a slight increase over those 8 weeks of time, but you see from October 23rd to the 27th, San Bernardino County as a whole staying pretty flat. Those colors, purple, orange, red, they represent those tiers that we've talked about for the first half of the pandemic. They've been less emphasized by the state, but we use them as a mechanism for ourselves to monitor our efforts. And you can see where the county is. Let's switch the slide, Robert. We'll see Snowline, and you can see our data increasing as well as with San Bernardino County. But you see our numbers being a bit higher than what San Bernardino County has been, and higher of late, probably representative of the holidays. It's something for us to be mindful of, and we're always mindful, and maybe reminders too, as we go into our winter break, that as we come out of the holidays, we see the increases, so let's be mindful of going into those and how we can limit those cases really for the safety of the entire community. And Robert, as we go to the next slide, there's that dashboard. Those are the current cases, both staff and students, updated every single day. You can see those numbers there. Again, found right on our website, the banner. You click on the banner and it'll get you right to it. And then Robert, when we go to the next one, there's our running total of our cases. Okay, we're almost at 300 cases for both students and staff. Individually, students break down to about 2.5% of our students have, and that's preschool through 12th grade, have been impacted by COVID-19, and that's a positive test. From a staff standpoint, just one below 100 there, over 10.5% of our staff members, with a grand total between both groups, students and staff, a little over 3.3% of our students and staff having tested positive for COVID-19. That's dating back to July 1st, right? July 1st of this year up until today. And then Robert, as we turn the page there, let's talk about vaccination rates. We continue to monitor these. This is for ages 5 and up, just to remind you on that. If you're wondering, well, why did those go down? I think we talked about that at the last meeting because 5 was inserted dating back to October and into November here. You can see our communities here. Oak Hills, Phelan, Pinyon Hills, Victorville, Wrightwood, all of them listed. All of our, 4 of our 5, communities very similar. Pinyon Hills continues to be behind there, but increasing. You're wondering, Ryan, each week, how much do they increase by? We do monitor this. It's about 1% or 2% per week is how I see it increasing. You see the county's rate, we lag a little bit behind the county. At the moment, you can see overall what California's rate is as a state. And then Robert, speaking of the state, I want to talk about student vaccination staff are attached to that. This slide, for the most part, has not changed from a month ago, and it hasn't changed, and I didn't change it on purpose because specifically we haven't heard a lot from the state and specifically from Governor Newsom and his office since dating back to October 1st when he rolled out the plan for student vaccination. Now, I won't belabor this slide, but I do want to highlight that fourth bullet, the target starting date of July 1st, 2022. Now, official word hasn't come out in written form, but I will share with you as a preview of another slide here. You see a bullet there. The governor confirmed on a recent national program interview that yes, July 1st seems to be the most probable date for that vaccination plan that he has put forth to be put into place. Now, I think that's an important piece because when you remember when the governor rolled this out on October 1st, he shared that January 1st or July 1st would be the two most likely starting dates. So again, we've tried to run this poll up all the way to the state level. We haven't gotten official word in writing, but I heard the governor in an interview say this on national television that really July 1st is the most likely date. I think that's important for our community, right? As they plan, and I would say their second semester, which starts for kids on January 4th, would be just like this first semester. Plan on that based upon what the governor said on live television, if you will, that July 1st would be when the student vaccination plan would be put into place. And remember, that's contingent upon the FDA approval for the middle school and high school students, and that has not come forth. So there's the reasoning, but I just want to reiterate, not coming from Ryan Holman, the latest from the governor there, specific to what he's saying when that student vaccination and staff attached that, because he did mention that it's awaiting the regulation, the health order, all of that. We've gone through that before, but wanted to make sure that I emphasize that July 1st piece. So Robert, thanks for staying on 18. We'll go to slide 19. And what you're going to see there on that next slide is something I think important to note, and that is vaccination or testing. With thanks again, we've talked before to Robert Chacon, Sean Primo, James Fields, the entire HR department, all of our administrators. I see them on the screen here for overseeing that mandated testing process or proof of vaccination. That's not an easy process. I thank all the staff members too for committing to that. We're in our 8th week now. All the other information remains the same because we're continuing to I think, gain momentum in that program as we work out all the challenges. And I will tell you, there are a lot of them. I thank the people I just mentioned, all the staff members, for working with us to get our testing process to be more robust each and every time. So that continues to be weekly. And like I said, we just are in the 8th week of operation there. And then Robert, as we go to slide 20, I think I do this on a regular basis, and that's the latest guideline changes. And we've got 2 of these. You're going to see 2 similar slides, but with different information. So on November 24th, that comes right from the update that was put forth on that day. And that's specific to extracurricular activities. And most importantly, the greatest impact is on sports. And I'll read it real quickly and then provide some details. What was put forth on the 24th, and that is when actively practicing, conditioning, or competing in indoor sports, masks are required by participants even during heavy exertion as practicable. Okay, that's a when it's practicable. If masks are not worn due to heavy exertion, it's strongly recommended, I emphasize that, and I'll get back to that in a moment, that individuals undergo screening testing at least once weekly. So this most directly in the winter months here impacts basketball, both girls and boys. Strongly recommended. You see that underlined. And so our work with everybody involved, specifically even including our legal counsel, We're committing to that weekly testing. We're undergoing that on a regular basis so that we can adhere to the guidelines like we always talk about. It's not an easy task. I think all involved at the high school and middle school levels to ensure that we get this done as we move forward, not just in the break, outside of break, based upon this changing guideline here. And then Robert, we can just switch the slide. It'll look pretty similar, but it's got different content here. And then just yesterday, we had another update, and the update begins tomorrow. And that is the underlying piece, the CDPH is requiring masks be worn in all indoor public settings, irrespective of vaccine status, through January 15th. At which point California will make further recommendations based on their assessment of the conditions of the pandemic. So what does that mean to Snowline? So beginning tomorrow in all indoor settings, the mandate from the state is that we will be wearing masks in indoor settings. And then of course, outdoor still remains optional, right? Like it does right now. But what was existing up until today was when students are present, that's now taken away, and we're all to wear masks in indoor public settings. This is a public setting. I appreciate right now everyone's got theirs on, and that will be a requirement as we move forward. So those are the two changes in the guidelines since we met last on November 16th. So thank you, Robert, for spending time on 21. We get ourselves right here to the end. And I've already spoken this, but I can want to emphasize it because I just try to put myself in an empathetic way in the shoes, if you will, of parents right now who have kids in school. And this is the most frequently asked question, I think, right now, but by a long ways, I think. And that is, does my child need to be vaccinated before attending in-person learning after January 1st, 2022? You heard me explain that. I brought it up here again just to really drive home this point and hopefully support the families out there, because it can be challenging when we hear plans put forth, but orders, legislative actions haven't taken place. And I know that's the case with this situation. So again, you see very clearly, do children need to be vaccinated to come back to school on January 4th? No, not yet is the answer. Again, you heard me reference what Governor Newsom mentioned in a public setting on TV. We don't have it in written form, but he did say it again on TV, that the target date right now seems to be July 1st of 2022. That's the most probable date. And so until then, students can take part in in-person learning in the same manner in which they do, vaccinated or not, still wearing masks in indoor settings, all those things. I just want to make it really clear, it's not a requirement yet for all students to be vaccinated beginning on January 1st, even though that was mentioned as a possibility back in October. So I'm sorry for I apologize for belaboring that, but I just, again, think that's really important for our community to understand that point that was brought up a few months ago and where we are today. So with that, Robert, it gets us to the end. And it's much the same here too, but I think it's the same because these are the most important next steps. And that's our self-continuing to monitor those next steps. Make certain that we're following the safety measures as you've all told us to do so. And we'll get out any information that's necessary, and we do so by supporting one another. We can link arms. The more that we do that, the better the outcomes are. I know these are difficult times. We've talked about that over the last numbers of board meetings, but I will also tell you that those hashtags, I think, mean a lot. They're very, very appropriate, I think, now and always, and that's, kindness, family base, and being united around what's most important. Rodolfo is one example of that, and we have almost 8,000 others. So to you, President Hernandez, I thank you for allowing me to share what I did. Certainly answer any questions as needed.
Thank you for that presentation, as always. To the board, any questions on this? Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next item, J2, Dr. Holman.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Was it back to me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm a little slow there. But I would say this. I was just thinking about, I hate dominating here. Do you want to go to the SIPs here? I know we got a lot of people here. Would that help? Yeah, enough of me, I guess I would say. Is that okay, President Hernandez?
I would think so. I thought about that prior to this meeting starting, especially seeing everybody online. I think moving to L1 would be rather appropriate. Yeah, absolutely. And so, Mr. Miller, would you take us away on that one?
It'd be my pleasure.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it would be my pleasure, President Hernandez. I want to say thank you to all of our principals for being on board with us tonight to field any questions as they might arise. But first and foremost, I just want to thank each and every one of you for just doing tremendous work in this planning process, aligning your school plan for student achievements with the SIPSAs, and just putting such a great effort in making it a collective document that can really be truly owned by your school community and really make the difference in moving the needle in regards to student achievement. So with that being said, I know we've had about a month to go ahead and examine the SIPSAs or to read them over. And I would just like to turn it over to you, President Hernandez, to see if we have any questions or comments about any individual school sites or about the process as a whole.
Sure, no problem. Thank you for that. To the board, any questions on that? I think my number one thing was, what kind of planning or processing did all the administrative leaders do, and I guess essentially on grade levels? There was some kind of a cohesiveness, I guess, amongst the grouping of grades. Can you talk about that, or can some of our folks that are here tonight talk about that?
Absolutely. I will go ahead and open it up to one of our administrators just to talk about your individual process on how you worked with your respective grade levels and developing your SIPSA plans.
I can go ahead and speak up to that. Basically, what I did was use my TLLs within the PLC process. TLLs were given what their objectives were. They shared it with their grade levels, and then the TLLs brought that back to me. Then we took that to the student site council and kicked that around, and that's pretty much the skeletal way we did it at Phelan Elementary. I almost said Baldy.
TLLs are teacher learning leaders.
Thank you. I was going to ask for that definition there.
Would anybody else like to contribute, speak to their own process at their school site? All right. Well, I will say that, the entire process, as you alluded to, as far as grade level specific, they align each of their PLCs, of course, are doing work, but they're also doing, horizontal work collaboratively on those processes as well. So for that alignment.
Yeah, now, if I may jump in too, because you're humble here, it's really from Alan's work, Dr. Pam Buchanan's work, and their efforts in here, putting forth an effort to do just what he said and providing the time, providing the structures so that these great leaders here were doing the horizontal, right? The getting together as a PLC, a professional learning community, to learn from one another. I mean, there is absolutely no shame and quite the opposite. I think there's great benefit to take from one another, to share those best practices. And this group does that very, very well. And I think that contributes to what you're asking, that cohesiveness. And it's a real testament to them. And it's a real testament to Alan Miller, Pam Buchanan, and the entire department in here. So thanks for letting me jump in there. I know all of them are very humble individuals, but they need to take credit where credit's due. And it's not just on the screen. I'm including you too. Andrea Bartlett, you're here in person. I was really impressed. I saw it firsthand, so I can speak from knowledge. It was great to see, and thank you for your question. It's a powerful one because, yeah, as a district, we talk about better together. There's one example of so many.
And Tony Buckley gave a good example of that vertical work with his TLLs working together from all grade levels. Just like to see if anybody from the secondary level, because it is a little different when we talk about departments. So anybody at the middle school or high school level, would love you to speak to your process at the secondary level in that collaborative process in developing your system.
Yeah, I will say at Piney Mesa, it's actually very similar. We start with our TLLs, which are all individual, both department and grade level PLC leaders. And then that information kind of goes back and forth from our TLLs to working with those PLCs to working vertically within their department. So all the math TLLs may get together and work on specific items, and then that comes back to us as a whole group with the TLLs and the staff, where it's kind of that accordion process, right, where we're going in and out from the TLLs out to all those departments and back to the whole leadership group.
Anybody else? We'd like to make a statement too, as far as, we've talked about taking a lot of pride in the alignment of the SIPSs to the LCAP plans. And that's come together over a number of years. We've tried to make loose connections in the past, but I've never seen the plans so tightly aligned to the LCAP work, which is real powerful when we talk about ourselves collectively as a school district versus individual school sites. So there will be a lot of power coming through that alignment through continued collaboration and planning. And I'm very optimistic that we'll start to see comparable growth in closing the achievement gaps from site to site.
All right, very good. Well, thank you to all the administrative leaders. I appreciate your time tonight. Appreciate you coming out, and the lengthy work to create these hundreds of pages of documents collectively. So thanks for the leisure reading there. All right. Do you want to jump back to administrative? Or?
We need approval. I'll move approval.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate all of that hard work you guys put into these.
I'll second it. Great reading.
Thank you very much. And we'll take our student board member preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. And by a show of hands from the board, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Once again, thank you, everybody. Appreciate you coming out tonight.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Yeah, so jump back to J2 there.
Yeah, thank you so very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so very much, President Hernandez. Just checking my microphone there. So it's the first reading, and then these might look familiar to all of you, I bet. So I'll just, certainly just present it to all of you as the first reading. I'll come back at the next meeting for approval.
All right, very good. Any questions to these first reading policies? No. All right, very good. On to item J3 for Oklahoma.
Yeah, thanks so very much again, President Hernandez. I'm excited to present this for the first time. SANDADS is an organization, as it says right there, San Bernardino County District Advocates for Better Schools. I have the good fortune of being part of that group. It's made up of, I believe, 14 members, 7 superintendents, and 7 board members from San Bernardino County. You might know about that because those come to you for votes and so forth. Being part of SANDADS, I think, has been beneficial, certainly for me, but I hope it is for the district, because what that group does in the biggest of pictures is put forth 2 platforms, a state and a federal platform. They're attached in there. You've probably been through them and already read. The group itself contracts with Capital Advisors, and specifically the founder of Capital Advisors, Kevin Gordon, who just to me is masterful in his ability to make connections up at Sacramento. And then with his guidance, as well as the entire team, we put together for the county a position on multiple areas, specifically what hopefully benefits kids in each and every school district throughout the county. And in the spirit of better together, right, we put forth our efforts as a collective to serve not just Snowline, but the other 32 school districts. So with that background, I would just put out it's just simply for information. I'll do this every year, make sure that you know what that platform is, and I'll update you accordingly with information that you might find relevant in your roles. And that's where I want to just end and then answer any questions you might have. But end with the idea of the power that you have as individuals and as a collective board, more importantly, to make an influence up in Sacramento. My learning, not just being part of this group in the 6 years as a superintendent, is that those elected officials who are making those decisions really listen to those at the local level. We've had examples. I look to you, Member Flores, going up to Sacramento and talking about local, really the choice at the local level, right? And so I really urge all of you to not sell yourself short. I would certainly encourage in a moment here, President Hand, to speak to even some of the training you got at CSBA and how that was mentioned again. But know that while we have this luxury as Sandash to sit before the, Senator Connie Leva, who heads up the Education Committee, the Vice President, who's Rosalisi Ochoa Bove, these representatives in our own communities, and we can speak to them. Don't sell yourself short as an entire entity, because you are making a difference based upon the work that you've already done, and you can make a difference at this local level. And Sandash, I think, for yourselves becomes a client. So I know I put you a little bit on the spot. I hope you don't mind that, because we had this conversation at the conference, and I think maybe you can reinforce even better than I just shared the influence all of you can have at the Sacramento level.
Yeah, I was gonna share that in, public comments.
Sorry about that.
But no, that's quite fine, and it's okay to address that, here now. It was a particular, session at, the annual education conference in which, it was, you say training, it was more informational. The, topic, in particular was, as I scroll through my notes from that few days. It's called Advocacy, Insight from a Staffer's Perspective. And the presenting bodies were staffers of elected officials, or previously, they are now in other roles, but provided insight in how it is that boards can influence and impact higher level government. And it goes from, it's not about going to, talking to the congressman. It's like, I want to talk to the congressman. And it's not, and that's not going to be the way that you get anything across, but it's making and establishing those connections with the congressmen and staffers. These guys, that is their job, to make these connections, to receive information, and to essentially hold on to it until the time is right. It's these staffers, the chief of staff and their understudies, that prepare and maintain these items essentially until it comes to a head. And this now needs to become a talking point for them. They can quickly reference and say, okay, well, I've talked to 15 school boards, here are their positions, and it was a really interesting insight, because I've written to my legislators, and I did not get a response. I did get put on their mailing list, so I now they get their weekly blast, and I'm like, don't need that, but it was about making the right connection and establishing those relationships, building a relationship. Some of these folks will switch from person to person in their careers as a staffer, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But if you establish that relationship with them, when the time comes, you can say, I have a really pressing issue. We can go to them with a single page informational infographic kind of document and say, this is what is important to us. They don't want reports. If it's more than a page, they don't have time for it. They need something at a glance, captures exactly what your point is, how it impacts them, and really a bigger picture. Because if you go to them with the idea that, Snowline schools are being run down and we need more money. Well, Snowline schools is a very narrow topic and nothing that they're particularly, they're worried about. But it isn't the item that's going to go forward. But if we say, curriculum is, not in the right direction, we have support from neighboring communities, we have this information, and it's a broader topic, something that can be something that the person, whomever it may be, is able to speak about it on a bigger scale. It's not just this little district is having an issue, but systematically or systemically, there's a problem here that we need to resolve. That's when our voice gets heard. And the way these folks put it, they are being contacted. They're being contacted by boards, by other agencies, other groups, and if your voice isn't in there, your voice isn't getting heard. And it's going to be a part of the collective voice. They may get, 5 people wanting this, but 100 wanting this. Well, that voice says this 100 item is the hot ticket thing to tackle. So it was real interesting. It was a little eye-opening, and I did not realize you may be getting emails from an individual, Nikki Detman from CSBA. She is the PACER, Public Affairs, Communication, something. Yeah. I didn't capture it then. I didn't really know now, but I've already reached out to her and I've asked, who can I talk to? Who at these levels, county superintendent, District 33 assembly person, Congress or Congressional District 8 representative. Who are these people? She's already given me a list of their staffers, of chief of staff, and some of their others in their office. And so building that relationship at our level does have an impact. Now, as opposed to some that are asking us to demand change, we can demand what we want. If it's not the collective opinion, and obviously it's not the thing that's going to get pushed, but it is the way the voice heard. So it was a very enjoyable session and really empowering. And that's one of the things that I had gone there looking for in terms of support and knowledge. So it was a really great event. I mean, and that was one session out of 3 days. It was good information.
Yeah, but I thank you for sharing it now because it really relates to this.
Yeah.
Thank you for that reinforcement, and Rodolfo, look to you and your colleague, right? Well, and peer Nicole Parr. Don't sell yourself short. Student voice is being elevated more and more and more. Both of us, and along with Alan Miller, saw that firsthand. So don't sell yourself short. And everything that I think President Hand has said very, very well applies to you additionally. So I appreciate being able to share that. And then finally, we just say it's a 2-page document, a lot of pictures in it too. So it really isn't that large, but hopefully it helps all the board members here know it as a county, 33 districts, what we're endeavoring to move forward, the platform. I think it is, and I can't take credit for it, right? I'm not the author of it, part of it, but I think it's well written and it allows for those quick moments to share with those folks when you have the opportunity. So just thrilled to be able to put it before all of you. Hopefully it's helpful. It's a resource. Thank you for the time and thank you for allowing me to share also the student voice pieces.
Yeah, and I would share that there was a larger session specifically to student voice and the student board member position. I have some thoughts and, I'll go into it more maybe on my comments, but, this position advocating on a larger level. And I don't know, the two of you representing the student voices would feel about that, but broadening your activism in the district would be really an amazing thing. So, but yeah, great event once again.
Yeah, I think that this is, it's important to understand how policymakers listen to the collective voices and the importance of SANDABs in offering us what the platform is for the state and the legislative, the federal legislature. If you read through this, these are important issues that affect all of our students up here in the high desert. And when they hear from SANDABs and then other county groups as well, the policymakers pay attention and action will happen. So collective voices are important.
Yeah, well said, President.
Is this also where we kind of have just talked in passing? I mean, I saw something in here about ADA, where we can begin to talk to our representatives about hopefully moving away from that. right? And I think you were kind of explaining a lot of people, quick rundown on that.
Yeah, it's really enrollment over ADA.
Enrollment over.
Yeah, enrollment over ADA. ADA is percentage, enrollment's full, and I think the quickest way to share it with, I would say, a legislator who's got a lot on his mind, right, is simply put, that even when little Ryan Holman is absent, right, one, I still have needs, right, and we're still supplying or providing for those needs, and we're also staffing at those levels. And I think that's, to me, the easiest way for someone to consider that even though I might be absent, I might still have mental health challenges that you as the counselor are still helping me with. And I'm not even at the school site, right? And so I think that's why enrollment makes a lot more sense rather than ADA. So I appreciate you bringing that up. That's a big one, for sure.
Yeah, we don't get to pay for books on a day-to-day basis.
Right.
That's right, yeah, 95% of a book, right? Yeah. Yeah, so great point. Thanks for bringing that up, Member Flores. And really to all of you, again, I won't belabor it other than to say, look for more information on a regular basis to make certain that I, in my role, can keep all of you updated.
And I will probably speak more to that in my comments and invite each of you to connect with me on those levels so we can share information. Okay, that'll take us to item K1, Mr. Primo.
Absolutely. Thank you. Make sure I'm on here. I am. Okay. Thank you, President Hernandez. What's presented before you is the tentative agreement struck between the Snowline Joint Unified School District and the CSEA Chapter 278 relative to compensation and some agreements relative to positions. I would like to commend the bargaining teams on both sides for being able to spend some very, very good time with structured dialogue to achieve, what probably would be a challenging task, and that's to kind of unwind one agreement leading to a new agreement in light of new information. So again, I commend Jerry Schlosser and her team, as well as Dawn Stecker, the labor rep. Certainly appreciate all the efforts that all parties did under the leadership and support of the board as well with those guidelines and directions. So as presented, if you have questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
All right, to the board, any questions? With that, do I have a motion to approve the Chapter 278 successor agreement?
Move approval?
Thank you. A second.
I'll second.
Thank you, sir. And the preferential vote to our student board member.
Aye.
Thank you, sir. And by a show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimously approved. Thank you very much to you, to your team, and to CSEA. Appreciate you guys' hard work in getting that tied up.
Thank you very much,
Good work.
President Hernandez.
Good work. All right, that'll take us into section L, item number 2 for the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. We'll turn that over to Ms. Miller.
Thank you, President Hernandez. We got our first glimpse of this plan last month, just for your review. Hopefully you've had an opportunity to kind of process it and digest it and come up with any questions that you might have. We took a lot of pride in coming up with this development. It's a great opportunity to provide professional development to staff members, both certificated and classified, that work directly with students. So that could be anybody on a school site that works in the classroom, that interacts with kids on a social emotional level in regards to PBIS. So there's a lot of points of entry to get people trained up and taught through this training. We're going to probably have approximately 4 years to expend this money. As you saw, we had a spending plan. We didn't allocate any dollars for the first year, being that we have a significant amount of one-time money that we needed to prioritize over to spend it, so we're not giving it back. So with that, I would open up to you, President Hernandez, to see if we have any questions or points of clarity regarding this the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant.
Thank you very much. I think I got my questions in last time. To the rest of the board, any additional questions or comments?
I actually have a question as to whether there is there are any EEBG dollars that are available for site training that may be unique to an individual school site.
Absolutely. We have a lot of latitude in how we spend these dollars. And we've made it clear to our sites or to the leaders who will in turn communicate to their staffs that we can use this for district-wide training if we have a common thread we want to address as a district, such as student engagement with Kagan. We can also customize trainings or support sites for areas that they need at their respective site. They might have a unique need. We want to be able to support that. We can go real micro here, so we can go down to grade levels or departments, or even individual teachers that would like to participate in professional development that would enhance their own teaching practices.
I, for one, would be interested in understanding the outcome of the survey when you get those results, when it's complete, if you could share that out with us.
Sure, absolutely. I can go ahead and retrieve that survey and bring it back to you. And that's still in play right now. So we are getting some good data. That was only deployed last Wednesday. So, and we've already, as of just a couple of days ago, we had over 200 survey responses. So we're happy at the amount of participation we've had with that. And it's giving us a good idea of some potential training models when we look at district-wide training. But once again, I just want to emphasize that we can tailor that training any way we'd like based on the need of the school site or individual teams or teachers.
Very good, thank you.
All right, very good. Any other questions? A motion to approve the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. The chair will move for the approval. Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. A preferential vote from our board members. Thank you, sir. And by show of hands from the board, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion is passed. And that'll take us to item 3 for the LCAP.
Okay, this item is actually an information item regarding the LCAP federal addendum, which we brought to you back in 2019. And really it just connects the dots and aligns the federal monies that we receive, such as Title I, II, III, and IV, with what we're doing within the LCAP. So I've just got some talking points I'd like to share with you. It's a pretty in-depth document, but I'm sure that you saw how it does align. We made reference to specific LCAP goals and actions, but I just wanted to kind of go over some of the big ahas or the big points regarding this document. First of all, we brought it to you in 2019, and then it was approved. So what it requires us to do after that is to bring it back on an annual basis to the school board just to inform how it's changed or if it hasn't changed and whatnot. So just to update you on what that document looks like and how well we're using those federal funds. So we did not bring it back to the board in 2020 because we didn't have an LCAP. We had the local continuity excuse me, LCP, thank you. The second bullet I just wanted to bring up here was the federal addendum is aligned once again with the updates to our new and approved LCAP. So you'll see some changes there, being that this is a new 3-year LCAP cycle. You'll see some enhancements in that federal addendum that realign those dollars with the current goals and actions of the LCAP. And then going on to the LCAP federal addendum does not have to go back to CBE for any kind of approval. It's sufficient that we just have it in our minutes that we revisited the documents and just made you aware of any changes, and we've had the opportunity to review it. We'll field questions in just a moment. And then the updated federal addendum is presented to the board as an information item. So originally I was going to bring it back for approval, but we did a little bit more homework, and it does not need to be brought back for approval, just for your information only. And we just want to give some shout outs to for the collaborative effort of the human resource team. So Jessica and Sean helped out with some of the pieces of the federal addendum. And of course, our student learning and support services team, Charlotte, Dave, Lisa, and Pam, really made some great contributions to that document as well. It really is a team effort in regards to data reports, information, and support needed to update the plan. So it's very current, fresh, and relevant to our work in the LCAP. And with that, based on your own review, I just open up any questions, President Hernandez.
Thank you very much. To the board, any questions?
I just have a comment that I appreciate this document that shows us the alignment factor. And I'm curious, will we then receive an addendum annually to the LCAP?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great.
So as long as we're receiving federal monies, we'll have this addendum to bring to you.
Well, I'm sorry it creates more work for you, but it adds comprehension for me.
It's a good reflective process, and really keeps us on our game when it comes to making sure that we're aligning our dollars to what's important in our LCAP plan.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Insert bad joke here. That's a pandemic for Alan.
That was funny, Brady.
He's here all week, folks. Okay, well, unless there's any other questions, the board has received this information, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All righty, we'll take that to item M1, and Mr. Chacon.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Appreciate you being in that seat, so I'm not going to mess up that name for a whole year. I won't have to. It'll be good to go, so appreciate that. So this is information item, the public review period for our annual developer fees. This is showing actually 9. I am totally off on all my years here. Sorry about that. 2021 developer fees. So we're kind of going back fiscal years. So after we close the books, we have to report on how our fees were spent and where they were spent on. There is a review period that is for the public, and we will bring this back and keep the and close the review period at our next board meeting, January 11th.
Okay, very good. So to the two attachments, are there any questions from the board? Okay, very good. The board is in receipt of that information, and we'll bring that back at the next meeting.
Thank you.
And item M2, Mr. Chacon.
Okay, first interim. So tonight we get to really talk about our first budget adjustment since budget adoption back in June. A lot has changed. I feel like every time we come together and talk about an interim or a budget, I am completely wrong from where I was at the last presentation because the climate is changing so quickly. We have received additional one-time dollars. We received the 5.07 COLA. Now we're able to really look at our enrollment and attendance. So a lot of those funding factors have changed since we were together. And so let me just share my screen real quick. I got a quick little PowerPoint with you. Give me 1 second. Okay, so this is a shameless plug. So anybody watching, if you would like to be part of our transportation team, we are in desperate need of bus drivers. They are a great team. Definitely the kindness bus, Shannon Barassa. We like to call her Shannon Barassa. Great lady, and she has a great team. So please check out EdJoin. We have several positions open. Love for you to join our bus driving team. Okay, so we'll get going on first interim. That was a little PSA for tonight. So we're going to kind of look at this in three pieces. We're going to look at our budget assumptions. We're going to really spend some time talking about our one-time funds because that really shifted the dynamic of our budget. And then a quick look moving forward and maybe some long-term debt options for us as well. Okay, so the landscape, this is what we look like. Right now we're at just over 76, almost 7,700 students for enrollment. If you remember back at budget adoption, we were right around 7,300 is what we were projecting. We had no idea how many kids were going to Snowline Academy, how many kids were coming back, how many moved. And so this is where we landed. It's a substantial increase for us. It's great. We love having growth in our communities in our district. So that's the good news. So a little bit of the bad news is attendance. So we have been following, as Ryan earlier presented on CDPH, California Department of Public Health, right, their guidelines. Well, they also have quarantine guidelines, and they're pretty specific. They're prescriptive on who can attend school, after a COVID exposure or a positive COVID test, or if you have symptoms. There's a bunch of criteria that we have to follow. And so what happens is we're seeing more and more students and staff, for that matter, stay home when they're ill, which is great. We want them to do that. But it is impacting our attendance. And attendance is part of the funding formula. So when we budget on a 3-year average of attendance, which is right around 95% is what we forecast. And so now we're forecasting out at 90%. There's a lot of talk at the state level, school districts, county offices really trying to work with the state to receive a hold harmless agreement. If you remember last year, we had an ADA hold harmless agreement, right? So we were getting funded on $1920. And so right now there is no hold harmless agreement in place. And from what it sounds like, it doesn't appear that there's going to be one coming down the pipeline. So we are having to forecast our finances now based on a 90% attendance. I think associated with that low attendance rate, we also saw a slight decrease in our unduplicated percentage. Not much, just about 0.5%, but we did see a decrease. We've been growing the last couple years, working really hard in our nutrition team, Tony Chafee. We even had our transportation team helping out last year, Alan's office, the business office, really working hard on collecting those educational benefit forms. And so this year we had a massive effort again, trying to collect those forms. We did quite well in collecting those forms, but the information we received on them did not really help our unduplicated percentage. So a slight decrease in our unduplicated count this year, 70.05%. And so we take a 3-year average. So we were really hoping that our unduplicated percentage was going to grow this year, because we're going to be able to drop off a low 68% for the next budget cycle. So if we could really work on getting this number up, it could really help us down the road as we're doing our multi-year projections come adoption. In just a few months, we'll be talking about adoption, actually. So, and then that super COLA, right? That's what they're calling it, that 5.07% super COLA. So that's also factored in to our budget this year. Any questions on any of these? Okay. Okay, so just real quick, we're just going to talk really quick about revenues, and I'll kind of get back to them, right? But we're going to talk about revenues and expenses, right? So what you're going to see in the SACS document is you're going to see a lower revenue, right, $103 million, and a high expenditure, $113 million. Now, we are not ongoing doing, we're not deficit spending ongoing. This is one-time deficit spending, and really it's because it's an accounting function. And so if you remember last year, and I'm sorry I keep saying that, but it's hard to remember last year from this year, but last year, we started to receive some of those COVID funds, right? Those one-time dollars, those one-time COVID relief funds started heading our way. So we accounted for that revenue last fiscal year, but we didn't spend it. Some of that money we got really late in the year. Some of it didn't even show up until June. So we got it really late in the school year, so we didn't spend it. And so our plan is we have that revenue, but it was accounted for last year, but we're gonna spend it this year. So now it shows up as an expense. So now you're gonna see our expenses are more than our revenue, but just know that we collected that revenue the prior year. So this is what our multi-year projection looks like. We're happy to finally see a more stabilized multi-year projection. We honestly haven't seen this in about 18 months. So when pandemic started, the knee-jerk reaction was, okay, the state's going to cut 10% out of our LCFF dollars and 50% out of all of our categoricals. So we saw a really our multi-year projection was really bad in those third and fourth years. And so now we kind of have a better lay of the land. It's taken about 2 years to get us here, but it's a really good projection. We have a steady stream of revenue. We kind of know what that looks like. We're hoping that things are starting to level out, and that the state's going to be providing us in January with a pretty solid budget and governor's budget. So we're pretty excited. I could speak for myself. I've been here just a few years in this role, and this was exciting for me because the third year out looks promising for us, and we've been struggling as a district to really meet our fiscal demands in those out years. So again, you'll see revenue and expenses, and just know that the revenue is being collected in most instances the prior year. So it's one-time deficit spending, and we're not ongoing deficit spending right now. So a couple things that I felt that the team needed to be aware of. So as we're working on our multi-year projections, we have been working really close with SBCSS, with our advisor, with Tom Cassada, just because we are all really worried about what the state's calling the ADA cliff, right? So when we get to next school year, and we're lucky because we're growing. We're one of the few districts in the state that's actually growing in enrollment, and most states are declining. So a lot of schools are not only declining enrollment, but they are also declining in attendance, right? So they're kind of getting a really double whammy. So those schools are really trying to advocate at the state level about this ADA cliff. So if the state doesn't provide us with some type of hold harmless or new enrollment funding formula or revisit the ADA formula, then many districts in the state are going to be in a really bad place moving forward. We're lucky that we're actually growing. For the last 8 years, we've been in declining enrollment. And this year, we saw a substantial increase, about 300 students coming into our district. But as we plan forward in the multi-year projection, the county is really telling us, we're not going to approve your budget unless you can provide trend data on your enrollment growth. And we only have this year, right, for data for enrollment. So hopefully next year we continue to increase our enrollment. And if that's the case, then we'll be able to provide a better, more fiscally sound multi-year projection once county allows us to account for growth. The other piece that we're going to really attack is our duplicated percentage. So we're going to come up with some different tactics, hopefully next year, as we start to collect this data at the school year, to really make an effort to increase that number, and just really, make our community aware of what that EBF, that educational benefit form, what that form does and what that provides for us. It's a substantial amount of money, each percent that we increase. And honestly, it's our money. It's our kids that deserve that money, and it should be going to them. We have a right to it. So we're going to work hard at really increasing that unduplicated percentage. We're hoping that we get some PERS and STIRS relief also from the state. That is talked about briefly at county last week. We're hoping that the governor put something out in his January budget proposal to provide some PERS and STIRS relief. You'll see next year, you look at PERS. We've been fortunate. We've had 2 years of PERS relief. So it stayed pretty flat, 22.9, and next year forecasted to go to 26. That's a substantial cost to the district, and the state and the same goes with STRS. We're going to go from 16% to 19%. Again, that is a substantial cost to the district. So hopefully the governor includes that in his January rollout. COPS debt. So this year we have our $2.6 million payment. We've already paid half. The other half will be paid in spring. We are using those developer fees that we just talked about in the prior board item. We are using developer fees to help fund those COPS debts. And then we're also using money out of the general fund to support any remaining balance. Next year, we'll see a pretty good increase to $4.1 million in our COPS payment. And so we'll talk about that in a few slides, but we'll be working on some strategies on how to provide some relief to our general fund for that COPS debt. Okay, so we're going to go through the one-time funding. This PowerPoint presentation, we'll put it up on our website. It'll be on the business office page. And all of these links, all the titles are links. So you could click on the link. It'll take you to the CDE page where you could learn a whole lot more about what those funds do, how they are allocated, when we would receive allocation, and what we can use those funds for. So they're all hyperlinked. It'll be on our webpage, and I'll email it out to the group as well so you guys have it. So we're just going to kind of go through this. Just want to make you aware of what's out there for us right now. So ESSER 1 money, that was kind of that first iteration. Those monies are due at the end of September 2022. And we are set to receive just over $1.1 million. The ESSER 2 money, that will expire on the November 30th, 2023, and we are set to receive $5.2 million. Also know that these allocations have changed. I think this is the third iteration of the allocations. So it's a moving target. It's never been less, so that's a plus. So we could always bank on, receiving this amount of money, but they have kind of increased, some of them substantially and some of them not. So if you guys see these, in a few months when I come back with second interim and the dollar amount's different, just know that it's still moving as far as allocations go. ESSER funds, what can we use them for? It's pretty broad. We could use them for a lot of things. And really, it's just to provide in-person instruction for our students, make sure that we're providing them safe learning environments, for mental health services, providing training and PD, sanitization. So there is a laundry list that these funds can be used for. We do have to make sure that they fit in the box because we are audited on all of these funds. And in addition to the audit, we also have to do quarterly expense reports to CDE. So these funds are really scrutinized, and CDE and our auditors are really looking to make sure that we're spending this money accordingly on how CDE and the feds really want this money to be used. So I'm going to kind of capitalize. Ryan, you stole my joke, the pandemic joke. This is where I have a note written down. This is where I was going to use that joke. But so here we are. I kind of want to talk about the pandemic a little bit. It's funny and then kind of not funny because it's a lot of time. Bless Alan and Pam for all of their work putting all this stuff together. But all these funds are tied into some type of plan. So ESSER 3 plan. These monies are, the grant term is all the way through 2024. We're getting $9.3 million. And if you recall a few board meetings ago, we brought the ESSER 3 plan to you guys for approval. So there's really 3 sections of the ESSER 3 plan: strategies for continuous and safe in-person learning, addressing the impact of lost instructional time. And then they have a section where we have to use use of any remaining funds. And then we all have to tie all of this back to our LCAP. So LCAP has really been the driving force. It was really cool that, I was able to be part of kind of developing a 3-year LCAP this year because it's honestly helped because all of these funds are tied to their specific plan and then we have to align them back to the LCAP, or we have to align them to the LCP or the ELO grant. So everything has to show alignment. So it's been a really cool process to be, to be able to go through the 3-year LCAP plan, because it's made this work a lot easier to make sure that we're in alignment and providing supports and supplement for our LCAP plan. So that's ESSER 3. And then ESSER 3 is kind of broken up into 2 parts. They also have a part for learning loss. We specifically have to spend $2.3 million that specifically addresses learning loss. ELO, so this money is up at the end of this, for the most part, this school year. It was just under $8 million. Here's the expenditure plan. We brought this plan to the group back in the fall, and this kind of shows how it's going to be expensed. I'm going to kind of go through that one quick, because I kind of wanted to just spend a little time talking about, your one-time funds in action. I was driving down the freeway and you see those signs, right? Your tax dollars at work. And I kind of thought the same thing, like, well, what are we actually doing with some of these funds? So just wanted to run down just a quick list of like what's actually happening with some of this money. So Baldy Mesa is using some of these funds for Orton Gillingham training for staff, and UDL, Universal Design and Learning. Heritage, they put together an after-school math tutoring program, purchased IXL licensing, Read Live licenses, and Reflex Math. Pinion Hills, they put together after-school tutoring as well, and they're going out and receiving SELPA training. Phelan's looking for technology, interactive displays. Vista's doing UDL as well. Wrightwood is actually increasing their staff work schedules. So, we're taking staff that was maybe 3.5 hours and we're moving them to 6.5 hours willingly, right? They volunteered for this. And so we're providing additional time for those staff members so they could spend time with students to help with learning loss. Quail's looking at a library upgrade. Pinion Mesa, and I can't pronounce that one. Alan, I'll look to you. Habitus subscription. Not sure what it is. Habitus.
Prescription or subscription?
Yeah, there you go. NTS, right? They're doing the same thing, increasing staff work schedules. Student learning, we have a big contract with Professional Tutors of America. We're really using that to help support our special education students. Looking at some grading for equity training, some additional Kagan training. And some of the big ticket items, if you think, now we're a school district, and we're also a COVID testing facility, contact tracing facility as well, right? So we've become experts in that area as well. So we have a team dedicated to COVID contact tracing. They have an office. We have 4 of them now, actually. And all they do is student COVID contact tracing all day, 5 days a week. And so, these funds help support that new department that came with COVID. Another thing that I'm proud of, Sean and Ryan, for really supporting this cause, is when the COVID paid admin leave requirement went away in September, we still were committed to providing healthy workplaces for our staff and for our kids. So we continue to fund 10 days, right, of paid admin leave. I don't believe any other district in the High Desert is doing that. But it's just another thing that we're doing to help support, a healthy workplace. And so those 10 quarantine days that staff is receiving, COVID funds are helping to support those days. You figure we have to get a sub, right? So, a sub cost or overtime cost or class splitting, that's all being covered out of those funds to help support those 10-day quarantine periods. And then, that kind of duplicated. I'm sorry about that. I don't know why that mirrored over. So that's about, that's kind of what your one-time funds in action look like. It's not an exhaustive list by any means, but I just wanted to give a little context of some of the things that are going on at our school sites to help support kids, right? Bridge that learning loss gap, but also, show that these funds are being put to good use. They are being utilized. And all of these ideas are coming from our school sites. They're coming from our staff. Hey, I want to do this. Can I do it? And then they reach out to Alan. Alan works with them, and then we get them going. So I've been pretty proud of them. It's been a really long 1.5 years, and people consistently step up to the plate to try to make things happen and support kids. So it's a pretty good experience so far. So as we're, kind of looking through first interim, there is this influx of one-time dollars. We're going to really start taking a look, not start, but we're going to really try to hone in on what we need to do to help provide relief with our long-term debt, specifically our COPS, right? So we've been investing in our COPS designated reserve for several years. We have a resolution where the board thankfully passed a resolution to provide $500,000 annually into our designated reserve. And then I've been able to come back to this group at each interim and add additional funds. I didn't do that this time because I want to come back to this group with some recommendations on a plan moving forward. And there may be some additional costs, and I don't want to, put funds into the designated reserve and then have to come back and say, well, that's not really going to work. We're going to have to do something a little bit different. So currently right now, I'm working with ISOM advisors. I'm working with SBCSS, California Financial Services. That's Betty Hansen with our hardship program. And then I'm also working with Annette Yee from our controller's office. So as we talk about COPS, we also have to talk about hardship and kind of where we're at with that program. And so we have a few options. There's a few, irons in the fire, if that will say. So we're looking at, we've talked about an escrow account in the past, investing, taking that lump sum out of our designated reserves and investing it into an escrow account. Now, if we did that, that would tie up the money. We wouldn't be able to touch it. And that would provide us with some long-term relief and decrease our annual contributions to COPS. So sounds really good. There may be some implications with our hardship program as we were looking into that option. Something that Betty threw out to us was like, you guys should look into possibly creating a trust. That way, money can kind of move a little more fluidly through a trust. And so as we, go through the hardship program, the trust may give us a little flexibility to maintain our hardship status as an escrow account possibly wouldn't. And then we can also look at, we're working with OPSC, Office of Public Schools Construction at the state, and we're working with those guys on trying to figure out, right now we carry all of our COPS designated reserve in our general fund. And so we're looking at possibly, can we utilize Fund 14, deferred maintenance, or Fund 56 or 25, capital debt? Can we use another fund to house those dollars? And would we still be able to stay within our hardship guidelines with OPSC? So those are the three that we're working on, and I'm hoping to be able to come back to this group with some options, some concrete options and dollar amounts and costs, because there will be costs associated to at least the trust account and the escrow account in the near future. And then we can kind of start talking through that process, and I'll be able to provide you guys with a little more detail on what that would look like for as far as a long-term investment. And then the other part that's really helping right now is the growth, right? So we have growth out in our CFDs on the east end of our district. Thankful to this group for going through the very lengthy process of renegotiating our CFD agreements. That was a very long process, but I appreciate it because it's going to pay for itself. It probably already is, to be quite honest, because all of those dollars, all of those funds, that new revenue stream is going to help support our long-term debt payment. So kind of just in the, right in the front windshield for us is that January proposal. Like I was mentioning, a few things that we're really looking for, that ADA hold harmless agreement or relief, and then STRS and PERS relief. And then we're really eager to see, no one's been hiding the fact that there's going to be a surplus, right? A state surplus of funds. We're curious to see how the governor is going to distribute those funds. I will say what we are starting to see is they are releasing additional funds to schools. I'll give you an example. It's called the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. So they are releasing funds to schools, but there's a lot more restrictions and strings attached to those dollars. So it's not as, discretionary, I guess, as some of those earlier ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 dollars. So the new dollars rolling out are really, really restricted. And then we're just going to continue to work on, on those one-time dollars, how we can best support that LCAP, how we can support the plan that those funds are attached to, and then be strategic with it. So just because we're getting, $5 million of ESSER 2 money doesn't mean we have to spend it all in the same year, right? We could spend, we have a few years, till 2023 for ESSER 2. We have a few years to spend that money. So we want to be strategic in how we're spending it. We just don't want to throw it in the budget and, not really have a plan for it and end up with a bunch of carryover the next year. We want to be strategic with those dollars. We want to make sure they're impactful and we're being fiscally responsible with them. So it's tax dollars, it's taxpayer dollars. So I definitely do not take that lightly. So that's about all I have for interim, and then kind of what's just right around the corner for us. Any questions, comments, or concerns I can address for you guys?
Thank you. Again, a nice lengthy document to review. Good for the mathematicians in my group. I don't know. Any questions, comments on the
Just you, if that's okay.
Please.
Sorry, you had said questions after your first slide, but then you moved on a little quickly. So I guess I'm just kind of wondering.
I caught my error, Daniel. I caught my error.
Yeah, well, you said questions, and then boom, you just went right to the next one. But, that's okay. I saved it. I wrote it down. So with enrollment, but then attendance down, and then the COLA high, but then the unduplicated down a little. Where does that kind of leave us? I mean, are we close to where we were last year? Do we look like we're a little better than we were at this point last year? Maybe I should have warned you at sent an email beforehand. But...
No, totally fine. Yeah, we're definitely in a better position, right? So it was, it's more than a wash, that's for sure. 300 kids is a substantial amount of students. And, and you have to remember too, right? So last year was a hold harmless year, right? So we were actually going on 1920 data last year. So our enrollment, being at, almost 7,700 kids, we haven't been that high in several years. So it's definitely better. We're in a better position for sure. When we talk about, addressing long-term debt, I always look at revenue, right? Like how do we, how are we going to increase revenue? And it's really, enrollment, attendance, and duplicated percentage. And with a substantial increase like we are, it absolutely helped on the revenue side.
And then the second question, I don't know if this is more for Dr. Holman or Alan's office or where this would go, but with that unduplicated and the ed benefit form that we give, we kind of do that the first month of the year. Is that usually when that's going out?
Starts right away, right? Extends for actually more than a month, right? Okay. So it sure does, and it gets us into really the beginning parts of October is when we try to finish that up. And so I appreciate you bringing that up because that falls in that category that Robert was just talking about there.
And then is that something we can do?
That's revenue, increase revenue.
At enrollment time, like with an enrollment packet, does it already go out the enrollment packet? I think my wife filled out the paperwork, so.
That's a good question.
And if that was at that point where.
Yeah, I'll have to go to my colleagues. I don't believe it is in our enrollment packets right now.
Yeah, I'll chime in on that if I can. So that EBF form, we really make a push to do it electronically. And when we were in distance learning, we did really well with getting that form completed electronically. We get better data, and it's a little timelier for us to process, and it's legible most of the time when we get it electronically. So what we do is we do a big push for the electronic version first, and then we follow up. So we keep track of all those students who didn't turn it in. Dave Winward out of Alan's office does a really awesome job pinning down exactly what students have not turned it in. And so then we reach out to our school sites, and school sites reach out to those teachers, and those teachers reach out to those parents. And then we could provide paper copies, we could provide Spanish copies. They go Backpack Express, but the initial launch is done digitally, and then we try to track down the paper copies afterwards.
So it seems pretty sound already.
We feel like it is,
Yeah.
but again, I think what is ultimately sounds 100% right of all forms being filled out. And I think I'd just add that real quick, one of our core values is Snowline partnerships. How do we partner with all of our stakeholders so it's not just a one-way process? How can we leverage some of these other wonderful individuals who support this cause to be the voices maybe to their peers, right? To their own individuals with whom they spend most time, their neighbors next door, all of that. I think we can even, extend in that regard.
And this is a huge statewide issue. This is the first year where the state went full CEP, right? So every student in the state now receives a free meal. And although we've been doing it for several years, most districts haven't. And so this is the first year where the entire state has gone to an educational benefit form. So the state's actually working out some of the kinks as well, because across the state, the unduplicated percentage has dropped substantially for some districts, like substantially. And so there might be a remedy down the road to the EBF form. So we're kind of keeping an eye on that. There's a high desert district that they dropped almost 20% on their unduplicated percentage because this is their first year doing it, and they didn't have anything, and they didn't have a system, and their parents weren't used to doing it. So it's a substantial hit to their budget. So there might be something coming down the pike from the state, maybe providing some direction or possibly relief to the EBF form.
And you said we only dropped about 0.5%, is that right?
0.5%, yeah.
That's good considering that.
It really is. And I just amplify something that Robert said a little while ago. It's money that is really due to us, right? So you think about 100% of the money is due to us. So anything short of that, right, is not coming our direction. And I'd also dispel one other bit of mythology, right? It's not about free and reduced lunch either, right? It's not about, well, you know what, I don't call it. It's really about the idea of how can we get, just as those letters say, the educational benefits to all kids through that form. So if anyone's out there, listening, and we get that out to one person who can multiply or amplify that would be cool.
Thank you. I think I also have a question on that slide one. I don't think I was ready with it when that came across, like I remember Forrest here. But relative to that 90% attendance rate right now, how have the Saturday academies been? That may be a question across the board here for the superintendent, the assistant superintendents of learning. How have those played out so far?
Let me start first. I will say we had a lot of momentum before COVID-19, right, with our Saturday academies. The whole landscape has changed since we've returned. And so the short answer is not as robust as they've been prior. But I think for very valid reasons across not just Snowline, not just the high desert, not just California, but the entire nation, right? There's a level of exhaustion, there's a level of understanding that we're just trying to get back into what we used to do. So potential for growth, absolutely. I think just Saturday we had our December, I think it was December 11th, right? I think it was Saturday, is that right? We just had our December effort. Good efforts going on, I mean, powerful, meaningful efforts going on, but not the level that we used to. And like I said, that potential for growth.
Okay. You indicated that there are valid reasons why the attendance isn't necessarily doing well. Is there anything that we can be doing to help that attendance to prop that up so that we do get more families coming in on those weekends?
Yeah, it's such a great question. To me, it's the ultimate needle to thread, right? How do we say we want all kids here, but we don't want you here when you aren't helping? And that's simply put, and it's threading that needle as best we can, because I will say the large majority of those absences are doing exactly what they're supposed to. And this is why I think the system is a bit broken, right? Relative to what Member Floyd mentioned earlier, relative to ADA versus enrollment. So all of you, credit to the board members who've said, we're gonna follow the guidelines. And I think the people I work with here, all 1,000 strong staff members as a collective have done very well in that regard. But also what that means is that that folks are gonna follow those guidelines. And when they are ill, they're going to stay home. So ultimately, back to your question, what can we do? I think it's saying, whenever you're healthy, get to school. And why do we get to school? Not because of the money, because of learning. I mean, it really comes down to learning first. Sure, there's a monetary benefit, and this whole presentation was relative to our finances. And those finances are used to support learning. But I think if there's a message, it's reminding folks, it's not about the dollars. We had some protests, if we think back, right, to let's not come to school so we can have a financial impact. My bigger worry is that's a negative learning impact on students. And so I think when we start to, maybe the end game for my statement, when we start to marry the idea that attend today and you achieve tomorrow, right? The more that we attend, the more we learn, the more that we learn, the more that we succeed. That ends up, I think, taking care of what you're saying in the long run. So I think it truly is a cultural change. And not looking at every time we come to school, it's $1, dollars. Every time we come to school, it's learning. And then the other piece will take care of itself.
Yeah, which then goes back to the idea of ADA versus enrollment in terms of funding. If we do not rely on that ADA, we can encourage stay home if you're not well. How many kids are impacted? How many teachers are impacted? If the teacher's impacted, then the entire class is impacted if one student comes in ill. Cold, flu, whatever.
Yeah, you said it well. I mean, this is well before COVID-19.
Right.
It is regardless of the sickness. And so I think I'm going to go back to what you said earlier. What you as board members can do is to really leverage the piece that Member Flores brought up, attendance over ADA. And then, you know, we do have a high desert board member committee that Eric Swanson, the president out of Hesperia, runs, and he's looking to reactivate that. I would say this would be one of the priorities. Because again, hopefully that example that was used in here, 95% of a book or 90% of a student's mental health. I mean, those things extend all the time. And I think that would be a wonderful cause, not just for this board, but for every board in the high desert to pick up for all the reasons that in the end game, give us the dollars, 100% of enrollment so that we can support the Rodolfo's and all the other 7,700 plus kids to the best of our ability.
That kind of takes me back to my question, what can we do? We are not in a situation where there's enrollment over the ADA. Can we approach this in different ways? We had public comment to that effect in even that, you know, we encourage attendance, sick or not. You know, I've known plenty of families that, you know, they really strive for that perfect attendance because they pride themselves on that. Can we market this? Can we put this out in a way that says, stay home if you're sick? And we're going to have enough Saturday academies that you can recover and get back to that perfect attendance. Can we pitch it, market it, you know, put it out in a way that it becomes more incentivized to complete, you know, stay home sick, but make it up on the weekends when we have it available and expand those opportunities.
Yeah, I love that. I think the premise or the premise or thesis of your comment, and that is what can we do to improve attendance, and particularly from a positive standpoint, right? And so I would look to the Scott Cornells of the world and his colleagues up there at Toronto High School and throughout the school district, the Andrea Bartlett's and her leadership colleagues and those who she works with, and really allowing us to work with them to use their ideas. And then finally, maybe most importantly, is elevating the student voice over here and all the others. What does Rodolfo Vilches say works for kids? What's keeping them home? Us working with those who are most connected to it to find the solutions that you're talking about.
Yeah, and thank you for saying that because, you know, we do have a student board member here that could have a perspective. I mean, do you have any thoughts about this discussion about attendance, about going ahead and staying home if you're sick, but knowing that you have an opportunity to make that. Any thoughts or an opinion on those kind of concepts?
Yeah, I would say the comments by Ryan Holmes.
Ryan's fine.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm so sorry. I'm just completely blanked for a second.
No problem. And Rodolfo, you're just collecting your thoughts there, because I know you have great thoughts on this. I think the idea that I put forth to you is, I mean, student voice is absolutely valued by all 5 of these board members. And so what can you share with us in terms of what works, not just for you, I mean, you're a wonderful student, but all those wonderful students who are almost 8,000 strong, what works for all of you to say, this is what motivates me to get to school when I'm healthy?
Motivates me to get to school would be the teachers, the environment that's created, and of course, Snowline itself, the district, what it's doing for our students. And also back to what Mr. Hernandez was saying about the Saturday Academy, and with your comments on that, it really piqued my interest about the marketing. My school has organized some activities with the teachers to incentivize the students to come on Saturday, and even certain teachers have offered extra credit, which is really helpful, especially during these times and holidays and everything. I think that's my comment.
Yeah, it incentivize that idea that, you know, there's extra opportunity. Have you had to utilize any Saturday academies for either attendance makeup or extra credit?
Not yet, but I do have them currently planned. I have all the information signed and stuff.
I just think if it's marketed in a way, broadcasted, social media, our websites and stuff, that, you know, we encourage a healthy lifestyle, that if you aren't well, you know, please take the time to be well, and that we will have ample opportunity to make that up. You know, clearly we're in a time that, you know, if you're infected with the current virus going around, that's a 10-day quarantine, and you're going to be out 10 days. You know, we saw the collective number there of students that have been impacted, multiplied by 10 is, you know, that loss just in those. My daughter in kindergarten has missed many days just from a cold, you know, and it's a little upsetting on my part, you know, that, you know, that colds are still going around and it's going to happen, you know, but at any point it could have been something else. But we do the right thing and say, you know, you're staying home, you know, despite her argument and insisting that she wants to get back to class. So she has taken advantage of the Saturday camps, as has my older child, and they enjoy those opportunities. But what can we do to really reach out and let these folks know that there are opportunities, and we encourage that balance of healthiness as well as attendance?
Yeah, powerful question. We'll get those answers from those individuals I mentioned here as examples of where we can get that. But I'll just end my, you know, ramblings here with a reference back to Rodolfo's powerful comment. I think the most powerful in terms of the answer. And when we asked, and I promise you, I didn't front load it at all. It was all him. And when he talked about the staff members, right? I think he specifically said teachers, but our greatest resource, honestly, are our 1,000 strong staff members. They are the greatest resource. And I agree with you on the marketing and all that. That will absolutely pay dividends, but it's the people, those connections, the fact that very first core value, right? Our people matter. As a collective, they can do that beautifully. And I think when we charge them with a task like this, they can absolutely take it to the next level. I appreciate you sharing that, Rodolfo, because I think, well, I know that the research backs up what you said. And I think for us to do anything other than not leverage that would be absolutely wrong. We've got to leverage that for sure. I just want to share that.
No, absolutely. Yeah, and I added to that rambling, so my apologies to the rest of the board. Are there any other questions or comments to the presentation from the first interim report?
Very informative, thank you.
And once again, a lot of work that went into that, so really appreciate it to you, and especially extend that to your staff for all that work. Okay, and so this is up for approval. Do you have a motion to approve the first interim as it's been presented?
Move approval?
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you very much. A preferential vote from our student board member?
Aye.
Thank you, sir. And by show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? There being none, the motion passes. And, oh my, that's the end of our agenda. Wow, that went by a little bit quick tonight. Yeah, there's multiple hours left. What shall we do? I will open this up to board member comments and ask Mr. Flores to share any thoughts you have tonight.
Well, yeah, thank you. Today would be a year, right, that we, since our first board meeting.
It's a year.
That meeting, it was all on Google Meet, and I think we went close to 11 o'clock, maybe 10 o'clock. It was something, but I think we had a work session or whatever earlier in the discussion. It was a lot, and I remember thinking, what did we get ourselves into? But you know what? It's been a really cool year, and I just want to first just say thanks to my family. I know it was something that my wife and I talked over before we ever did this, and as we're going to do it, we're going to do it as a family because it's another night of the week that Dad's not home, and so I'm just thankful to my wife and to my kids for this. They have been loving school this year. I just want to say, again, thinking of what things look like a year ago to what they look like today, I am so grateful. Those drives to school in the morning, the kids love jumping out of the car and going to school. My daughter had once before she had been homesick, she had been asking me to go to Saturday Academy, and I'm going, yeah, perfect attendance already. But because her teacher invited her, or and told the class, and like you mentioned, the teacher invited her, and our staff just invited. So just thanks to all. For everyone for doing the hard work they're doing, to all the principals that we got to see tonight, all the administrators that put together those all that long work. Just thanks for that, and yeah, I'm just grateful as we go into this holiday season, right? I'm really grateful for a lot of things right now, and happy to be here and happy to keep serving this community.
Oh, wonderful, thank you. Member Bristol.
All right, happy holidays, everyone. And I wanted to say thanks to the jazz band that presented tonight. Probably some people will say that they were looking for some more cowbell, but I thought you guys really nailed it. Also want to give a shout out to the high school football team. I know it was a little while ago, but apparently those guys were nailing it. I was able to come up on some tickets. They were like hot commodity, but I got some, ended up having to work. And the people that went in my place did some excellent job of filming it and sending it to me like live footage. So I wasn't there, but I got to see a lot of the game live. So it was pretty good. I don't want to murder their classification and all that, so I'm not even gonna attempt to say how well they did, Southern section, whatever, I don't know, all the stuff, but apparently they're awesome, right? And so today we had a little SCE emergency, so I wanted to give a shout out to the Quail Valley Middle School and the other facilities that were impacted by the power outage. Also Southern California for getting that power back on. I don't know if that was Robert. Was that Robert? Did you get them to do that? He's like a fixer. So thanks guys for getting that power back on, and also getting us through the chaos of an early pickup. I was all part of that. So great job, Quail Valley staff. And just everyone be safe for the holidays. Try and stay healthy, and have a good night.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. I will take the member Berenger.
Thank you very much. Welcome your second term as president. Looking forward to that. I would just like to thank all of our administrators and staff for all their hard work on the SIPSs. There's a lot of effort that goes into that. And I would also like to thank the parent advisory members that we have that contribute to building the rich programs that we have. Without their input, it would be very difficult to do that. So encourage that ongoing participation with the parent advisory committees. And also, I would like to encourage my fellow board members to attend the Capital Advisors webinar that's coming up, I believe. Robert, if I'm correct, is it January 20th? From 2 to 3?
Yeah.
Go ahead and register for that, and it's so helpful for us all to be on the same page in terms of the information that we're receiving. Robert does a great job, but that's an hour long of meeting of information that's very helpful. And yeah, great, me too. And just happy holidays to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick one.
I appreciate all the really good information. That was great stuff. For that, no further comments.
All right, thank you. I do have a number, so I will try to keep it brief. I almost feel like Dr. Holman tonight with the lengthy number of things. Yeah, Member Berger said it well with the groups that prepared all the documentation tonight. We had hundreds and hundreds of pages of documents to go through. That isn't just fluff. That isn't just coming up. Yeah. It is a hot mic tonight. I'll try to speak a little bit louder here. Yeah, I'll try to up that up. That's a lot of work by a lot of groups across the district. So really great. I really appreciate all that work that went into that tonight. I'll turn on my mic here so we can get a little sound. But yeah, a lot of work. So I appreciate all that effort by those staff. Can't even, begin to name them. To the Serrano Jazz Band that presented their video tonight. Matt Fells, Dr. Jones, thank you very much for supporting, creating, getting that all together for us. Again, I really wish that was live, but I'll take it where I can. That kind of leads me, that art side of things. I had the great fortune of attending both the Little Women play as well as the Christmas choir event. Both events were just phenomenal. What we're doing at that high school level is just incredible. I really appreciated both nights. The talent that is coming across is, some top-notch stuff there. I was able to take my daughter to the play, my 8th grader, and she was utterly inspired and was very excited to see that there was an invitation to a, basically, I think it was called Rising Stars theater group in January. So she is greatly looking forward to that. It was opened up to grades 3 through 8. Yeah, I can see how that's going to be just a great inspiration to many of our younger Snowline family members here. And again, creating that family to have them all come up and something to aspire to in their last 4 years in our district. So that was really an excellent couple of evenings there. CIF Section 8 football champions. That was awesome achievement. Really enjoyed that family that built up around that group there. So a great achievement on their part. Just have to give them a shout out for that. A little bit of a sad note. I'm not sure if you had heard of our neighboring district, Adelanto. Board member Amy Hunter, previously Amy Hines, recently passed away. She was a colleague of mine. I met her in a couple of the two MIG trainings on separate events. We connected. I learned much of her and her dedication to the community. We reconnected 2 years ago at the AEC event. Excellent board member, somebody who really champions for the students. Has suddenly passed away just before AEC this year. We had planned on meeting up, and so to our neighboring district, my heartfelt condolences out to them. I did submit a public comment for their meeting tonight on my behalf, just expressing my appreciation of her and my condolences to that district. So, but not to end it on a sad note, many things I wanted to talk about from that AEC event. I'm looking for my notes real quick. I know I was the only board member to attend. I know there's a lot of conflicting times, especially around December. In the future, if you have that opportunity, such a great event. I wanted to share my experiences and why it is I appreciate it. At the end of it, I took many notes throughout the whole thing. The end of the 3 days of conferences I wrote, it really reinforces my why. I wanted to be a part of the school board, not for the glamour, definitely not for the pay, but because I had a purpose. I wanted much for our district. And the last year has been hard. And attending and listening to the presentations and listening to the successes of other districts really reinforces why I want to be here. And I'm just so re-inspired to tackle this year. There's a great many things from bolstering the student board member role. Like I said before, there was an excellent panel. One gentleman in particular advocating significantly that the student board members should not just be a preferential vote, but a full vote. And I think there's some conflicts with the law on that part. But he was very passionate about it, and to the point that he was on stage advocating for that. And it was, powerful that these kids at such a young age, these 16, 17-year-olds want to be such a connected part of their community, want to be a connected part of their educational system, and want to advocate for other students. It was just amazing. It was excellent work. So I appreciate you. And I appreciate Ms. Parr that is also on the student board member position. I really hope that we can expand those opportunities, allow you to speak on behalf of the almost 8,000 students, because you have a large group that you represent, and having that opportunity to share their wants with us is going to be important. And I really hope that we can expand that and really make it a part of that position in the coming years. Programs on building a stronger governance team, in particularly of the presidential role, and how to create a better, stronger team. They talked about doing retreats and one-on-one connections between board members. We often think Brown Act, you can't sit down and meet with somebody, but that's not true. If we can't discuss topics that may impact or have impact on the district, but there's nothing to say that we can't sit down and learn about one another more and find out what is your why. I know what my why is. What's your why? What's your why? If we can learn more of each other, that would build a stronger team and give us a better focus as we move forward. Connecting and building relationship with higher elected officials, we spoke of already. I do have some contacts now, and I'm very excited about those opportunities. We can reach out one by one, or we reach out as the collective voice. We could take action and say, we are going to do this, and the five of us decide that we are going to, approach a elected member with a cause, with a voice. And that is our power. That is what we get to do. Building community and family engagement. Number of groups, including SBCSS. I forget the gentleman's last name, Mars.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they have a program. They're going to their third iteration of bringing in school districts to be a part of a community engagement program. And they've said that they put out requests for applications for the last couple of years. I haven't seen it, and I don't know if they're really broadcasting it or if it's just the next opportunity, but that's coming up, the next cycle of that. Groups like Families in Schools, the Parental Involvement in Quality Education, these are advocacy groups that are out there willing to give to us, information, topics, help, So there's a lot of information that you gather from these conferences. I'm so excited and so energized for what we can do. So should you find the opportunity next year to be able to attend, highly encourage. I had to take 3 days off work. You talked about the family loses dad for a night. My family lost me for 3 nights. And that's what we give. We constantly are giving for this, but for the greater good, for so much that we can do, and hopefully can impact in the future. So I think that is the balance of my notes. I will get off my pedestal and allow administrative folks to, terrible about my role as president, or maybe I shouldn't be doing it, but my student board member, I would appreciate you having comments tonight.
Back to your thoughts on student voice, I was having some thoughts of my own, about implementing a informational and an instructive introduction to being a student board member, so they can learn about more of the intricacies of Snowline and being a student board member itself, and then details about all of the acronyms that I have no idea what they mean.
No one does.
We could spend meetings on that.
Yeah, I think that would really benefit my role as a student board member and amplify my voice. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. And I think that kind of touches on the whole idea of even the board member. Most of us came on, your first year, you're like, I don't really know. You're like, what did I get myself into? We do have that onboarding, we do have that, but do we offer that? Do we have anything for the student board member? It's interesting.
Yeah,
So
that's a great question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adama.
absolutely. Okay, administrative comments now, Mr. Chacon.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to say thank you to the board for reading through our large SACS document, and a big shout out to Andrea and her team for putting all that together. That is a monumental task. It's like over 40,000 account lines they reconcile. It's astonishing what they do. Bless their soul for doing it, honestly. So just a big shout out and a thank you to them. But in all seriousness, we are looking for nutrition workers and bus drivers right now. So please, if you have a friend, if you know somebody, it is not seasonal employment. It's full-time. Some of it's full-time, employment. So please just check out that EdCode page or EdJoin page. You can hit that apply button. We would greatly appreciate it. Just want to wish everyone Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Be careful, be safe. Be safe going home tonight. It is starting to snow and stick up on the mountain. So please travel safe, and hope everyone has a great holiday. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chacon. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Like you, I had the chance to attend the CSBA conference. Really enjoyed it, great learning opportunity. I tried to attend a lot of sessions that were student focused and curriculum focused, and just did a lot of great learning. So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the 1 or 2 sessions that you and I spent together as well. So I appreciate that. Heritage School had a Pearl Harbor ceremony last week. I had a chance to attend that. Was invited by Todd Anton. He asked me to wear my uniform, which is a little more snug than I last time around. Got it on. was a great ceremony, very small, very intimate. He had 4 students there that are part of their Heritage Color Guard, which they've started recently. Had uniforms, looked sharp, took their task very seriously and commemorating the anniversary of Pearl Harbor. So it was a real privilege to be a part of that. Like you, I also got a chance to view the closing night of Little Women. So enjoyed that play as well. It's just like you said, it really reminds us of our why, being here for our students, all of our students. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prima.
Thank you, President Hernandez. I'd like to, first of all, piggyback after what Robert had said. Yes, we're still hiring. I keep talking to my team. I have a great team in HR, and they said this is not that common, Sean. We usually don't hire this much in December. So we are still hiring people. So besides the positions mentioned, campus monitors, instructional associates in the special ed area, certainly, bus drivers and nutrition services are heavy areas. So again, I would support what Robert also said. A couple of reasons, about 3 or many reasons to be thankful. First of all, collaboratively working with Robert Chacon and Andrea Padilla, intricate knowledge of, what we can do to support our negotiation process and learning from how they think. Right, really bridging that gap of understanding between the business office and HR. Second of all would be the opportunity that's been presented over the last month to walk the campuses in Snowline in offer of support. Both Quail Valley and Serrano reached out at different points, needing support from the admin teams. What it really reinforced is that we have great people in Snowline, and the students, despite what we might think or hear or read, actually are deeply caring about each other, and watching them interact with each other was, again, just a reminder of what great kids we have in Snowline. My final reason to be thankful is if you saw the horrific look of a semi and a school bus, along with an SUV behind it, and realized that one of our bus drivers and one of our security team were involved with that, as well as, a person I don't know, but that would be the truck driver, somehow managed to come through that event without more substantial injuries. We are very, very fortunate to have 2 of our staff still with us, quite frankly, based on what the reports were from that site. So again, a reason to be thankful at a time of thankfulness and the holiday season. And I would end by saying again, happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you very much. Ms. Steph.
Yes, I would like to thank Mr. Primo for his hard work in doing the COVID office hours program that he does, along with Robert and James Fields, in keeping the lines of communication open between all of the employees and administration. I think it has just done wonders in helping people to understand, and so I appreciate that. Also, I loved hearing the Mr. Fell's jazz ensemble. They were amazing. And I just have to say that, and I've said this to Ryan so many times, I am grateful for those principals that support me in all that they do when I receive complaints and I reach out to them and their quick response. And I'm just reminded all of the time when I send my emails or call them. There's so many of them that really just are so great about following through, and I just greatly appreciate that. And also, just a big thank you to everybody for everything that they do. You can't make this stuff up, Ryan. Those are some infamous words of Mr. Luke Ontiveros, and boy, he is so right. And I just have to also thank Ryan for the endless hours that he works and his endless efforts to support everybody. I am grateful to work with a great team. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Holman.
Yeah, I would like to capitalize, we mentioned Luke Ontiveros, he retires in the coming weeks.
Yeah.
So a big shout out to Luke Ontiveros, who
Lucky
has
that.
served the school district oh so very well. He retires from the Santa Maria Bonita Unified School District up there, and just, of course, he's done excellent work. So thank you for that. He's been a mentor to me and a great friend, and I think the same to some of the others. So we wish Luke the best. Many of you know that my background's a math teacher, and so October, over 300 people in the audience. November is about 150, and now I see 3. Andrea, Scott, and Willie, thank you for not making it 0 tonight. I guess we appreciate that greatly. Commendations to all 3 of you. And there was mention about the football, right? And so it was said, well, right, CIF Champions Division. Scott Cornell is a coach, actually. His son, Peyton, the winning pass to Tanner in that CF Division final. I mean, what a moment there, right? I mean, right? Scott? It really was. And then I think we can call them state semifinalists, right? Scott from truly state semifinalists. So that's really unprecedented at the football level and just really, really powerful. So I look over there to Dr. Jones. Willie, we talked, they were going to be here tonight. We're going to have them in at another time. The weather, right? Just like I was mentioning with both band and choir, we wanted to make sure we were safe. So no, they'll be coming in here. We'll celebrate them. I'm thinking in January. So look forward to that. And you board members here, we're going to say congratulations to the president again, right? Congratulations to the clerk and a representative right at the county level, right? Congratulations. Honestly, congratulations to all of you for completing the year in the most difficult of times. And last month was probably a little bit more focused on thankfulness. I'm grateful for all of you. I know the collective of this community, while it might not have seemed like it in October and November and other times, I think in the end game, you're greatly appreciated and you should be very proud of what you've accomplished, again, in the most difficult of times over the last calendar year. And I'm just so very much looking forward to this coming year with all of you at the helm again. We're very appreciative of your efforts. So thank you so very much. Rodolfo, thank you for sharing your heart. I think we get that every time we have you here, and you should be proud of that. Your heart is really a great one, and it really connects with, I think, us adults here and adults who aren't here but who are watching remotely, and those who will hear about your efforts. So don't do anything other than be proud of what you've been doing so far, and appreciate your feedback. I look forward to more. Thank you oh so very much. And then, I could go on about all the great work from Robert and his department, Sean and his department, Alan and his department, Nancy and her great work, and I'm so very thankful. But I think what I want to focus on tonight, where I end my comments, is maybe twofold. One is just remind ourselves how many positive outcomes occur on a regular basis. We heard it at this table here. We saw it tonight in many ways. And I just want to remind ourselves, I'll give a quick little example. What reminded me is Scott over here. Scott Cornell, delivering toy drive boxes, right? People are forgetting that this still goes on, right? That the Heritage School will be delivering, I think it's tomorrow or Thursday, dinners to veterans with poinsettias that are left over. But remember, we're going to have a senior citizen night tonight. These are from member Behringer to her colleagues. But no, that those events go on. That the Angel Tree event that is occurring that we support. We heard from CSEA tonight, Mary Kennedy, talking about how they support kids. That happens way more times than I can ever mention. I shouldn't have even mentioned some, only to the extent that it's gonna sound like I left off many, and I did, but I think I just wanna make certain that we don't forget the great efforts that are occurring beyond the learning that's so very powerful, that's occurring to support the 45,000 residents here and lift them up. And while maybe October and November seem like difficult times, we're gonna be stronger for it. And I guess I just end with a statement from my favorite podcaster. We all have our favorite one that came from, not him, but a guest, and Simon Sinek. And it's the notion of hope. I've shared this before. My wish and my hope for everyone is that we remember the value of hope. And I think that's what you're all providing. You, board members, administrators, those in the audience right here who I see, these great educators, all of the staff members, the stakeholders, the 45,000 residents that are ultimately doing what we're doing right here for these folks. And that is, I hope that we remember that how we hope is how we live, is the statement from Simon Sinek's Hope podcast. I love that. And I think we just have to remember how to hope. And I think if we continue to hope with these individuals on our heart, it's going to be a great 2022, I should say. So I'm looking forward to that very much. So thanks for all your efforts. Wish everyone the best of holidays. Look forward to seeing everyone in January.
Very good, thank you. All right, there being no further business to come before the board, I would accept the motion to adjourn.
Move approval.
Thank you. A second. I'll second. Thank you. And a preferential vote from our student board member. Sounds like he wants to go home. By a show of hands, those in favor? Any opposed? There you go. That one. I had it first this time, yeah. So that's a unanimous. We are adjourned. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, everybody.